around the cameras. But today we've decided to start at Etosha, and what glorious day it is out there. Amazing. Now it is, so what you're looking at is happening right now at Etosha, and it is also interactive, which means that you can ask us some questions and you can send in, observations that you've had or interesting discussion topics, and we'll chat about it within the community. It's always great to hear from you, so don't be shy about sending in those comments. If you don't know how, you just register on the WildEarth website and follow the prompts, and you'll be able to go and ask us a question that way. Out of the bat, I'm noticing that we've got a springbuck in an unusual swimming spot. This one sort of just left of center. Usually they're going on the right-hand side or they're at the back of the pan, but in today's case, this one has climbed right in, and often we see elephants swimming in exactly this spot, and we know that it's pretty deep at this part of the pan. Some zebra that have made their way down to the edge. And what do we have drinking on the far side there? It looks like some kudu, a herd of kudu. Tough to say exactly with the resolution I have, but we've got that. There we go, it is a kudu. Zebra moving off. I'm sure the kudu will do the same in the next couple of minutes, and then there you go. Thank you very much. Great view of the springbuck now coming out of the water. It never ceases to amaze me the way that they swim, to be honest. Young kudu bull amongst those females, so one of them will be his mom, keeping a wary eye open for anything that could ambush them. Hey Trish, you've sent a hello all the way from New Zealand. Trish is a long-time standing member of our WildEarth community, and so very good to hear from you again, Trish. Hopefully it's all good, and you're getting yourself set for the Rugby World Cup final this afternoon. Well, for us it's this evening actually. I don't quite know whether it'll be, when it'll be for you. Probably on Sunday morning. For those of you who don't know, there's a Rugby World Cup final between South Africa and New Zealand, arch enemies on the rugby field, and it's anyone's guess as to who's going to be winning. I'm not the greatest rugby fan, but I will go and watch tonight's World Cup final. The whole of South Africa is going to be bubbling over with excitement or depression, depending on how we do. It's a bit of an institution. Alrighty, but we can see that Etosha is bright blue with this little bit of a white haze in the background. But this isn't the only camera we've got around, and of course not the only weather conditions we've got around either. So we do have a summary ready to go, and so without further ado, let's go and see what's happening with the weather everywhere else. As you can see from that summary, we've got partly cloudy and overcast and even some rainy weather all over the place. In fact, Tembe is set to flood out today. There's heavy rains expected there. Epic to see that there's some partly cloudy raining weather at Aldonyo, which means that up in Kenya, the drought's about to... We've got cloudy weather in Madikwe, which is amazing. So different to the massively blue skies that we've seen there over the last couple of days. And then, of course, we've got some hectically hot weather in the Greater Kruger National Park. As you saw there, in the sort of mid-30s, upper 90s. Friends of mine that I had a chat to last night were all standing in their shorts, no shirts, having their barbecues out outside. It was just too hot to sit inside last night, so some hot days out there. All just the sign of the seasons. But speaking about Madikwe, while we watch that young bull kudu dance away over the rocks, why don't we go and see what's happening at Jamala? And just like that, we go from Namibia to South Africa, from Etosha National Park to Madikwe, and to our camera at Jamala Camp. And this has been a scene that we've seen quite some time. I see our weather report that said that it was overcast was slightly misrepresentative. Maybe the clouds will come later. It's blue skies and clear as anything out there. Although I suppose we can't see the sun over the pan here, so maybe there are clouds coming. But gosh, there are a lot of elephants. And have a look at this little one here playing on the floor here with a cousin of some sort just off to the left. We're seeing the same elephant come down the last couple of days. And there's some tiny, tiny little ones. I don't think this is it. We'll see when he stands up. But there's two tiny elephants in these herds that are coming through. You can see this female's already had her mud bath. And she's seeing off this other elephant to there. Oh, there's that little one. He's off on the left-hand side. He was hiding underneath mom's legs, so I didn't see him, but you can see him there, just off on the left, above center, watching his two herd mates having a game. One teasing the other one who's sort of asleep. That is pretty cool. Excuse me sounding rather congested. I've come down with a cold. But all good. Nothing too bad. Just a bit of man flu. You know how it goes. So that little bit of consternation that you saw there and heard with all the trumpeting was that bull coming in there and just causing a little bit of upset. So what we've also seen the last couple of days is that there's these 3 or 4 really large bulls that are just hanging around the water. They tend to come in at this time of the morning and dominate that freshwater inlet until they've had enough. But they do come in here and sort of throw their weight around. We've all been thinking that it's mainly because of the fact that it's nice and social. They get to interact with many herds of elephants that come down to Jamala without having to march between them. And check these two ellies in the water having a fat play. Is it one of the stumpy? Oh no, I thought it was a stumpy tail. It isn't. Get that little ellie there just plopped down in the water on the far bank.
Wild babies, little bits of heaven sent down to earth to stumble and tumble their way into our hearts. Join us as we celebrate and find as many wild babies as we can on Safari Live. Vote for who you think is the most adorable. Prepare your hearts for a cuteness overload. WildEarth, it's in your nature.
We've got other animals around this pan as well. We've got some wildebeest and some impala. The wildebeest is just sort of, and some zebra as well. Top right hand corner is the wildebeest leaving, and then the zebra just left of him at the moment, and then some impala are standing just underneath in the book where game resort time or label in the left hand side. We're having a game and now calm down a little bit. I see there is an elephant swimming on the right hand side. You can just see the ripples in the water. This new vantage point for the Jamala cam is so great. It just sort of gives us a bird eye view of the whole place. You can pick what you want to see. You can see that little guy right at the top lying down on the mud. We've seen a couple of young Ellies do that, and I don't quite know why. What's happening there with that youngster running off? Oh, it's a chasing, having a flat game chasing those impala around. It's so stupid. Honestly, I don't know why they do it. I watch this elephant now charges that impala. They chase the dangerous little Bambi. What a fool. But funny nonetheless. I mean, I found them quite comical when they do that. I think it's really tough for other animals to get a drink when Ellies are around a pan like this. They just don't allow it. But nevertheless, I suppose when you're that size, you can, do what you want to do. A little youngster on the left-hand side here is interacting with another herd member. This is quite nice to see, but still straight on the mom's legs. Hey, Ula. Good to hear from you again as well. And Ula is from Germany and is also another long-term WildEarth community member. And so, yeah, great to know that you're on the show, Ula. These elephants are wonderful. So a lot of our WildEarth community actually come out to Africa and spend time in various places. Ooh, excuse me, a big frog in my throat today. So a lot of our community comes out to Africa and actually experiences wildlife firsthand. And today, two of the people that have been shot, Ila and Chris, both have come out to Africa and enjoyed some time here. Gosh. Great. So many things to look at. So, what's that big guy just flopped down in the water there on the near side? And then we've got that little guy still busy relaxing on the bank. I don't know what they're doing on the bank there. We had this tiny elephant do that the other day. That one there. I think it's just nice. They like lying on inclined slopes, and the reason for that is because it just makes it easier to get up. So often, but you see it with the bigger elephant. Often you see bigger elephant lying on the sides of termite. It's just easier to get up. But there's also trees on top of termite mounds, and so it's also shady. Termite mound itself. Look at it. He's scratching his bum on the left. He's sitting on the log. You see the proper scratch. Not quite as funny as water, but still a joke actually. But you can see this little guy here, he's not just sitting, he's loving that muddy slope there. tusking the ground, his buddy just snorkeling through the water. Gosh, they love this pan. It's like being at a water play park with your kids. You put Ellie on the left, also using the branch to just scratch its armpit. Gosh, that's got to be uncomfortable. But no, scratching their feet now. These two in the mud pool, they're having a flat out game, wrestling and kicking at the mud. Ula, do Ellies have earwax? Well, I don't know, Ula. Yes, I don't know. We'd have to ask a, we'd have to ask an elephant, handler, someone that deals with elephants every single day. I've never been close enough to an elephant. Actually, I've been close enough to an elephant. I've touched an elephant that we've been darting and relocating and moving around, but I've never looked in their ears deep enough to see if they have earwax. I don't know what made you ask that this morning, Ula, but considering the time of the day, so no, you don't see it. I mean, they do. You see them using their trunks, the tip of their trunks, to dig in their ears quite often. Their ears are quite hairy on the inside, and you can see there it's quite a dark um, cavity. Now, we've got a zoom on this camera that could probably zoom into a tick on the eyeball of one of these elephants, but we're going to need to get one that's standing very still to see into its ear. The one who's standing still is this one in the middle, because her ear is broken. She's had an accident somewhere along the line, and the ridge of cartilage that supports her ear has been broken, and so when she flaps her ear forward, it bends. I don't know. Maybe we're lucky and we can zoom in, but it's going to be a bouncy affair, and you know, maybe not the best picture, but we could maybe try it. Otherwise, no, we'll default for the safety of just a wide angle. Just enjoy the shot for everyone, rather than trying to answer Ula's rather weird question. No, we're going to go for it. So we've picked an older female. If anyone's going to have earwax, she will. I suppose if anyone's going to have earwax, one of these teenagers would. But anyway, no, it is a mighty difficult thing controlling these cameras, folks. So excuse this, you know, excuse this attempt. But we're going to try and see. There's a tuskless cow, so that one on the left-hand side while we're getting in. She's got no tusks. And you can see she just looks all wrinkled and she's like, now this Ellie's broken ear is going to flap forward. That's it. Today, it seems like that's about as close as we can get, relatively speaking. I don't know about you, Ula, but I can't see any earwax inside there. I mean, is it feasible? 100%. She's a mammal, you know, helps protect the ear. Why wouldn't there be? But not to the observer, as you see. Definitely see that angled forehead in profile now on this elephant cow. So she's, that's how we know at a distance how we know it's male or female, just by looking at the forehead. Males have got a very round or domed forehead. Look at this little guy having a proper scratch. No, he needs to move off the rock. He wasn't allowed scratching. Teenager wants to kick him away. What are you doing, man? Why are you coming in and causing hassles here? Young male just pushing his weight around. Just decided to walk through the group and cause a little bit of issue. Who knows where he's going now? He's just deciding to walk around the pan and cause problems. Young Ellie on this island. That bull probably come through and join the island. There's a big bull coming down the pathway at the back. You can see them from so far away on that pathway. It's crazy. Probably start bobbing his head when he gets past that corner that he's on at the moment. Sort of very characteristic approach swagger that these male elephants have. There's a giraffe in the distance as well, which we don't see often around here. But there we go, another elephant facing the scary impala. So here we can see a herd of elephants.
This immersive program will give you an in-depth understanding of the African bush in as little as 7 days. You'll be guided by expert trainers who will lead you through the various ecosystems of Africa and teach you essential bush skills. Join Eco Training's 7 or 14-day EcoQuest course and you will receive 500 Rand off whether you sign up locally or internationally using this promo code. Further your journey as a true bush enthusiast today.
So we've got a number of species around the water. We've got blue wildebeest, springbuck, black-faced impala, kudu, and oryx, all around the water at the same time. And then we're not even zoomed in. We don't even know if there's anything smaller here. There could be jackal around, steenbuck. There's also some zebra there as well. So not all oryx. There's also a herd of zebra coming in along the same game path. So a mixed herd. Gosh, a lot of animals today. There we have a number of these oryx just immediately going chest deep into the water, cooling down. See what temperature it is there now. It's already 34 degrees, and so very hot. Probably was very close to that most of the night as well. And so no wonder these animals are thirsty and just pouring out of the bush. Interestingly, as we found out yesterday, Etosha isn't considered to be in a desert biome. I always thought that it was in either the Namib or the Kalahari, just considering how dry it is, but it isn't. It's actually in the bushveld, the savanna biome, tree and shrub biome. And although it does get wetter towards the east, sort of toward the Kruger National Park area, and trees, the predominant trees change slightly. The savanna biome stretches all the way from the Greater Kruger National Park all the way up into and including Etosha and portions of Botswana, large portions of Botswana. So it really is quite an incredible thing, that, and would answer why there's so many animals here, that it is able to cope with them. Goodness me, there's a lot of animals drinking now at this pan. I see that my mistake in this was the fact that the Kalahari Basin does stretch from South Africa all the way up to the Democratic Republic of Congo. It seems to miss Etosha by a small margin, Etosha being on the left-hand side of the Kalahari Basin as it stretches up through Botswana, the central Kalahari. So you've got the Kalahari National Park, you've got northern South Africa and around Madekwe, which has portions of the Kalahari in it. And then it stretches all the way through Botswana, up into Angola, through Angola, and into the DRC. So it seems to miss Etosha, which is interesting. You learn new things about these areas all the time. But when you drive up from, say, Johannesburg or Cape Town, you feel like you're in the Kalahari the whole time because of the road that you're on. It's very, very dry, very rocky. It's very similar to this in some places, near Khanzi, for instance, in the Kalahari. But yeah, I suppose if you don't ask the question and then have the inquiring mind to figure it out, you'll never know. Wally, you wanted to know if that was a black-faced impala that walked by. 100%. So you can see the actual herd of impala walking off on the left-hand side of the screen, left and right actually, above the oryx and the zebra. So those are black-faced impala, and black-faced impala, for the rest of our viewers who don't know, another one walking past us on the left as well, at the bottom, youngster. They are endemic to Etosha. You only find them here, so they only occur. There are subspecies of impala that only occur here, and have a slightly longer black marking on their nose. than what a normal Impala would have that we'd see at one of the cameras in, say, the Greater Kruger National Park, at Juma, for instance. Other than that, they're almost identical, other than where they live, obviously. But yeah, great observation there, Wally. Well done. Today, the zebra are not hanging around. Drink and go. Testimony to the season. Yesterday, we saw a few wispy clouds developing on the horizon, and I don't know, my imagination was playing tricks on me, and I thought I saw clouds building up over the hills that you can see in the distance. In fact, so clear today that you can actually see those hills. And there's an interesting fact about them, which I just need to go and resurrect from our files, because it's not every day that we get to see those hills. So just give me 1 second while I go and do that. So you're quite lucky today. There seems to be quite a large herd of impala, these black-faced impala around. There's on the back of the pan, there's a bit, and then on the right, you've also got some impala. You can notice that they're different from the springbuck in that the females A don't have horns, B they're a little bit bigger, and they also have that reddish color without that dark black stripe on their side. So that's how you're knowing the difference between the two. Goodness me, there's a very white zebra there in the back. You see that? Much. It's almost got zero stripes on its back. Or, I mean, is it plastered in mud? Is it just a white zebra? See there? Blonde zebra. This zebra's going to be able to hide on these rocks easily enough. Eh? Here we've got this milling about of the impala and the springbuck. So great to see. So many of them. Patisse, you sent in a comment just now. Looking forward to what we can learn today. 100%, Patisse. There's always an opportunity to learn something new. So looking forward to it, absolutely. And just wanting to. I found something interesting about those hills that we're looking at in the background over there. You can see off to the top right, there's a hill in the background that sits in the western sections of Etosha. It becomes very hilly with these big boulders there, close to a place called Hobateri. And I've spent some time in those hills. They're wonderful and totally different to the salt flats and the salt pan of Etosha itself. In fact, of most of Etosha. And there was something interesting that I found about them the other day, but now for the life of me, obviously, I can't find it again. But I will in a second. And then hopefully I'll be able to teach you something new.
Are you scared of the dark? Bats? Spiders? Hold on to your broomsticks because this spooky season, we are keeping it real with our Halloween fireside chat. Join us as we get dressed up and debunk myths behind some of our seemingly scary safari friends. Catch the thrills and chills this Halloween. Bugs and hisses. WildEarth.
Now, I'm not even going to try and pronounce this, but those hills are Dolomite Hills, and they are sort of on the southwestern side of the park near the Anderson Gate. And I'm going to try and say it, but I'm going to butcher it, so excuse us. It's on dun doze o nana nana non da nana, meaning the place where the young boy herding cattle went to never return. Um, so those hills are known as this unpronounceable word, and it means the place where the young boy herding cattle went to never return, probably implying a high density of predators like leopards in the hills, giving the mountains its English name of Leopard Hills. Um, the Halali area is also home to Dolomite Hills within the park. There's one hill inside the camp and the nearby Tuakopis just outside. And it's also the place in the park where you can see mountain zebra. So the plain zebra that we see here turned to mountain zebra in that place. And like I said, I've been close to those areas as well and seen the mountain zebra there. Just thought I'd share that interesting story while we had such a clear view of it from this vantage point. Alrighty, why don't we give Itosha a time to reset and see what else comes down to drink, and go back over to Jamala to see what's happened with those eddies. Gosh, even more have arrived. So that herd that was coming down the game path and the picture froze has now arrived. And I see just starting from the left, we got these big bull ellies that are coming in here and sort of dominating the space. So this big guy that's going to come push his way in here now. He's coming in. You got those two other big bulls standing on the far end on the game path with a giraffe as well. And then we've got that tiny baby on the right, just trying to have a lie down again and probably just slipping around in the mud. Having a bit of a game, sort of at the back on the right hand side. Lots of giraffe around actually. Sarah, all the way from the UK, you wanting to know how many herds of elephant do we think are around here? Now, it's a good question, Sarah, because we're seeing these elephants together all the time, and one might assume that there's one massive herd here. And while at times you do get elephant, you know, joined together like this into these rather big herds, they're actually all made up of smaller herds. Generally speaking, herds are sort of between 6 and 12 individuals. Um, Sometimes a little bit smaller, sometimes a little bit bigger, but that's sort of the average. And I think that you could probably take the amount of elephant that you're seeing right now and divide it by 6 to give you a sort of upper max. And so why don't we do that? Why don't we count the amount of elephant here and see if we get? I think we're probably going to find that there's between 3 and 4 herds of elephant around this particular town at the moment. So I'm counting about 59 elephant here at the moment, with a few others on the periphery which I'm not counting. Yeah, so we've got just over 60 ellies roughly around the pan now. And then if we divide that by 12, we're looking at around 5 herds of elephant. And if we're taking the upper maximum, we're looking at about 9 herds of elephant. Um, so there you go. I mean, but you'd really need to know these ellies to know sort of how many herds are here. So the trick would be to count and see when they leave each other to see where these ellies go. Does this herd on the other side, does it split up or do they stick together? There's a lot of elephant there. Equally, the one on the left-hand side as well. It's also a fairly large group of elephant. I would expect them to split into smaller units for sure. Is this Ellie going to go for a bath? This white one here in the middle of the screen? I think he is. This is a bath. He will even use this for the pan. Crazy these things are all looking like they're queuing up or standing up for a spa treatment. I agree with you. I think that there's. I don't think that these lilies need to be anywhere. I think that we're seeing them hanging around the water just literally for hydration and food. So thermoregulation. We do spend an amazing amount of time out in Japan. I mean, they're pretty much elephant here permanently while we go. It all change, obviously, as soon as the rain starts falling. I think they're going to disappear into the bush where there'll be pans of fresh water all over the place. They won't need to come and congregate around these wallows. there. We've got some gremlins creeping in all over the place, so it's all good. It's just one of those things, as I was saying to myself there for a second. Oh, look at the whirlwind we've got going up on the right hand side, just right of center. Just a wind generated whirlwind. Sorry, heat generated whirlwind. You get them forming and reforming all over the salt pan. It's actually quite amazing. So I see that our black-faced impala herd has moved off, just leaving the ever-present springbuck. We've got a new herd of zebra that came in for a drink, and then those wildebeest are busy making their way. I don't know what they're doing. They look like they were moving off, but also just sticking around. I suppose if you've got nowhere to go, why move anywhere, right? The springbuck having a swim here on the right-hand side.
What if you could explore the world from an entirely new perspective? Flying a real drone live without leaving home. This is Nature Eye. Discover our planet's landscapes with a personal guide and a powerful camera. Every flight helps conserve the locations you visit. Book your adventure with Nature Eye.
Interestingly, I wonder if the elephant that came down to Etosha yesterday are going to make an appearance. As we mentioned, elephant like to drink at this time of the year, sort of every 24 hours or so, because it's far from where they're feeding to the water. And for 2 days in a row, we had a fairly large group of elephant move in around about this time and come for a swim. Yesterday, instead of moving off, they relaxed under the tree for quite some time. It was really nice to see, and I'm wondering if we're going to be lucky enough to see a similar thing today. So cool. Cool, cool. All right, why don't we go and have a look at one of our other cameras and give Natasha time to reset? We've got King's Camp lined up to go and see a bit of an explore around what's going on around the pan. So right across the African continent and jump back into South Africa. We're now in the Timbavati Game Reserve, which is part of the Greater Kruger National Park, which is a collection of privately owned reserves um, that sits next to the Kruger Park, but without any fences or anything in it. So the animals are free to move. And where we've got is two Egyptian geese, a pair of Egyptian geese. We've seen them before. Yeah, they seem to have set up shop here next to the pan and are providing us with some entertainment. They're grass eaters for the most part. Oh, and there's that starling as well. Also, yesterday we had interesting mix. It was yesterday or the day before. We had the two Egyptian geese, and we also had the blue-eared starling that's come in for a visit. And then there's a dove there as well at that little pan. This grey wooded tree on the edge here, just in our view, is a leadwood, one of the more spectacular of the hardwoods out here. Close to here, there's a rest camp called Letaba, built on the Letaba River, and they've got an ancient leadwood with its history emblazoned, well, engraved on a plaque. And what's happening here? So something seems to be coming. The birds have left, and the geese have come right to the edge of the water. Wouldn't be surprised if there's some action happening here somewhere. I'm going to see if I can find reference to the history of that leadwood at Letaba Camp because it's such a cool story. So I found an interesting study here, which lifespan of leadwood trees that was published by J.C. Vogel and A. Fools in the South African Journal of Science in 2005 summarizes their conclusions here that the information concerning age, growth rate, and length of survival in the landscape of the leadwood trees is summarized further. Occasionally, these trees can attain a trunk diameter of 2 meters, but usually they die before the diameter reaches much more than 1 meter. The wood of most trees tends to start rotting while the tree is still alive, forming a cavity in the center of the trunk. One of the specimens they collected, that was more thoroughly investigated than others, shows that the leadwoods can reach an age of over 1,000 years and attain an extremely low radial growth rate of 0.33 millimeters per year. Under favorable conditions, the trees grow faster, up to 2 millimeters per year, but apparently do not live so long. Dead trees can survive upright in the landscape for many decades, but are eventually consumed by veld fires. And dead logs are also found lying around in the veld for decades. So that's probably what happened to this tree that we're looking at here. It succumbed. It just died under natural conditions. But because they're so hard and they stand for decades, you can see them in the bush. And they stick out like sore thumbs, these leadwoods. Interesting trees, you know. I can't find any information on the plaque of the leadwood tree that's sitting in Letaba Rest Camp, but when I do, I'll read it for you. So interesting. What they did was they took the age of the tree and they corresponded it with human history. Let's see what this tree managed to witness in its years on the planet, many hundreds of years alive on the planet. It's really nice to know. Terry, you've asked a question here about these two birds. You know, what are they doing? Why are they just standing here at the water doing nothing? Um, I don't think they're doing nothing. What they definitely are doing is not wasting any energy. They've got enough food. They've got water to retreat into, and these birds quite enjoy these types of habitats. So they're just really fulfilling their niche. They're not active because there's nothing to do right now. They're not eating anything, and they're not hungry at least anymore. And there's nothing to run away from or defend. And so, yeah, and there's also no need to do any posturing or displaying for rival birds. So no, they're just being Egyptian geese. Nothing much else to do. Conserve energy, be calm, harmony with the environment. These Egyptian geese are actually closer to ducks than geese and are fairly closely related to the South African shell duck, which is an endemic species of duck that nests in termite mounds underground. Can you believe it? We might see one or two shell duck at in Madikwe and also shell duck in Campus Pan. But we don't see that. We don't see shell duck. I don't recall in the Kruger National Park. I don't think they're on the Kruger Park's bird list. So much greener out here in the Timbavati than it is at Madikwe and also at Etosha. We had our first substantial rains of the season a week or so back. Yeah, they're getting out of. Not sure what's coming in. It's tough to know. It's quite exciting. There's a big game path there on the left. Nothing much going on over there. Another game path off on the right. Nothing much around. You can see at least. So, without too much to look at here, why don't we head across to Madikwe and Jamala and go and see what those Ellies are getting up to? Goodness me, there's a lot of Ellies here. Still. These Ellies in this mud bath that lots of Ellies around. I see that we picture was frozen again, so we haven't quite figured out the gremlins there. It's okay though. Remember, we bring you some of these, the best pictures from these remote locations. Every now and again, it's tough to get a signal out of these places. Obviously, there's some gremlin happening now in Madikwe. Not too much of a story. We'll have it figured out soon enough. In the meantime, we've got Etosha.
Eco Training's professional field guide course can make your dreams a reality. This comprehensive program comprises 5 months of theoretical and practical training in the African bush with highly qualified instructors in multiple locations. Enroll today and receive 5,000 Rand off using the promo code. If you've just finished school or tertiary education and you want to head into the wild, Eco Training's professional field guide course is for you.
I found a little bit of information here from the UNESCO World Heritage Convention's website about Etosha. And interestingly, on the the salt pan itself is 4,730 kilometers squared. So it's fairly big, about 130 kilometers long by 50 kilometers wide. It's big and sits at an elevation between 1,071 and 1,086 meters above sea level. So it's actually quite high up. Um, but on the actual um, the salt pan, only extremophiles can live, and we'll go into those extremophiles now. But the only large animal that can be seen is ostriches that can nest several kilometers into the pan because few predators will follow them out that far. So that's quite interesting. So in Tosha, you see a lot of ostriches, but interesting to note that they're the only ones to inhabit the actual floor of the pan and will nest far into the pan. I wonder how they keep their nests cool and where they get water and food from while they're sitting on their eggs. It's incredible. Alrighty. One camera that we haven't managed to visit today has been Juma. So why don't we go and see what's happening around that pan? Aha. So across to the Greater Kruger and to Juma, where we have some resident hippo, which are quite nice to see. Believe it or not, hippo are actually more closely related to whales than they are to rhinoceros or elephant, and are basically marine mammals that have evolved to live in freshwater estuaries and eventually in rivers, and then in this particular case, in these ephemeral pans. And I say that because this pan at Juma comes and goes with the seasons. So we've had a fairly wet year on the back of a fairly wet year, and so this pan has got a lot of water in it. And these hippo have moved from one of the major rivers or more permanent pans in the area. And the two big rivers around are the Sand River. It's probably about the closest is the Sand River. So somewhere in the Sand River, these hippos have probably come from. And there where competition is pretty fierce around for the grass that they love to eat, here around Juma's Pan, it wouldn't necessarily be so. And so while there's water to protect them during the day, they have enough grass to eat, and so why wouldn't you come here, right? So they're nocturnal. They come out of the water at night time, and using hippo paths, they visit what we call hippo lawns, which is these maintained, it's species of grass that the hippo like to eat, and so they walk out and they keep they with their big wide lips, with a hard edge, they're able to crop the grass pretty close to the soil level, and so you get these almost golf course like expanses of grass that hippo like to feed on, and you can find them kilometers away from uh, from the water from these pans, and they return in early morning to come and sleep and rest and stay protected. Gwen tells me that you can hear a lot of birds in the background, and that's pretty typical of Juma. It's in a drainage line, and there's a lot of birds that come up and down that drainage line and use it as their pathways from one place to another. very well established patterns. I think this camera is one of the oldest running webcams in the world. And we've seen some of the most amazing sights from this camera. Some unbelievable things have been seen. But it goes to show, just like that leadwood, you stick in one place for an extended period of time and you'll see anything and everything walk underneath your boughs. It's definitely true for the Juma cam. Here you can see, similar to a terrapin, the hippo has evolved to have all of its major, necessary organs, so nostrils, eyes, and ears, sticking out of the wood at the same time. So Sharon, you've asked an interesting question. You want to know how many kilograms of grass hippos need to eat every day. So Sharon, it's actually depending on. Hippos are one of those animals where they have such a large diversity in size. In fact, one of the books that I read once suggested that the heaviest hippo that was ever recorded outweighed a white rhinoceros and weighed over 4,000 kilograms. Whereas hippos generally are sort of 1,500 to 2,500 kilograms. But I mean, that would suggest a massive size range. And of course, at that size, they're going to be eating a lot of grass. But I've always been told that hippos sort of eat 50 kilograms of grass in the evening. But that's what I've been told and what I've read in my books. I'm just trying to find if I can find any recently updated information about that. So all of the information resources that I'm going through quickly or scanning through quickly suggest the same thing. So sort of between 40 and 60 kilograms of grass for an adult bull hippo per day. I don't know if that's 100% accurate. Like I said, the size difference of these hippos would suggest that that'll be variable, much more variable. Um, but that's what I was told. So that's what I've been using as my reference for the last couple of years.
Welcome to Destination Safari's WildEarth travel show that showcases safari lodges. On today's episode, we are exploring Amakala's Bush Lodge. This is a luxury 5-star bush tented camp. Luxury suites look onto an open wildlife watering hole.
So, what you might not realize about hippos is that there is actually carnivory apparent in hippos, and that apart from the grass that they eat, they will consume flesh and intestinal tissues from the carcasses of other animals. They won't necessarily hunt them, but from carcasses, they absolutely will take flesh and intestinal tissues. So, in the next couple of seconds, what we're going to be doing is being joined by all the Africam cameras, the host of Africam cameras as well. So, we're going to be playing a short introduction to that. And then we're going to be opening up on one of Africam's cameras and have them for the rest of the show with us as well. So, looking forward to that. So we're opening up the show, including well, not opening up, we have the Africam cameras with us. And the first one we're going to is Tau, Africam Tau in Madikwe. We're in South Africa at the moment, in the Madikwe Game Reserve, close to Tau Camp. And what we saw there was two fairly large bull elephants and a baboon, a tackler baboon that ran through the picture. And now we're looking at a wildebeest. And we'll see what else is happening around the pan. It is a fairly large pan, and so it takes quite a bit of time to track through the pan. And it's home to a number of animals. We've got resident birds, like the spoonbill and the grey hornbill, and blacksmith lapwing, spurwing geese, that we see regularly. And then we've also got some crocodile. Yesterday, toward the end of the show, we were watching two of the 5 crocodile, busy hunting for fish apparently. Number of strikes, but I didn't see them catch anything. And then there's always seems to be elephant around here for now, just the same as Jamala, doing any number of things. And then we do see the odd springbuck. We see ostriches from time to time. We've even seen a mating pair of lion around here. So it's a great plan. A bizarre scene just watching this lone wildebeest walk across this very barren area. These wildebeests are not the same ones that you see in the Great Migration in Kenya. These are white bearded canoe. They have a white beard, slightly smaller than the brindle canoe. And they occur in the Serengeti Mara ecosystem, which is a very, very large ecosystem. between Tanzania and Kenya, many thousands of kilometers away from here. So while you do get seasonal movements of these wildebeest, you don't find them migrating. There's no need to migrate from one area to another. That slowly happens in the Serengeti Mara ecosystem and in Liwa Plains in Zambia. There's a slightly small. Actually, there's another migration in Botswana between the Mahadi Pans, the Buteti River, and I can't remember what the name of the pan is. So there is a smaller migration there as well. So there are another. Let me rephrase it. There's a number of migrations, but Madikwe doesn't have them. The most famous of them is the Mara Serengeti migration, where you have up to 1 million wildebeest making their 1,000-mile journey from the southern plains of the Serengeti all the way to the Masai Mara and back again annually. But now they're on their way down to Ndutu and the southern plains, following the rain, with bellies full of babies, and they'll go and give birth in those southern plains. And when the rains dry up, the water dries up, the grass dies, then they'll be moving north following the rains as well. Mating around Grometi, instilling the next generation into the moms, and then moving up into Kenya around June, July next year. Here's a zebra as well, another plain zebra. Not an easy day manipulating the cameras today. It's been a very big challenge for our camera operators to get these cameras to do what we want them to do today. It's not too much of a hassle. Luckily, we've had a lot to see and a lot to marvel at, but definitely not as fluid as what we normally have, which is okay. Gremlins are expected when we're bringing you these types of quality pictures from these remote locations. You can see that this elephant's totally relaxed, standing with his trunk totally relaxed down there. A rather large bull elephant. I know I'm making that assumption based on how big his skull seems to be in relation to his body. Bull elephant that are around 40 years old, plus minus, they always have these skulls that seem, 45 years old, they always have these skulls that seem larger than they need to be. And their tusks never stop growing. In fact, they start accelerating as they get a bit older, apparently. He's got fairly small tusks. We see much bigger tusks at the elephant populations in Tembi, about 1,200 kilometers east of here, and then also up in Kenya at Oldonyo and Buseli and Tsavo area of Kenya also is home to a number of massively tusked bull elephant. These two guys just standing around. Obviously has had a swim already. We're now going to be seeing this wallow. You can see it coming into view now. Just look at all the elephant dung that's in here. No, oh, there we go. So there's an elephant busy having a shower. Let's see if it gets into the water. I think there's another Ellie just right of this one. See some ripples in the water. It's a very deep wallow, this can easily cover this elephant. It doesn't need to be splashing mud, he can just get in and he can be submerged in mud.
Step into a world of discovery as you join Eco-Training's renowned courses in the heart of Kenya's Masai Mara. These courses are the perfect way to gain a deep understanding of the African bush, even if you have limited time. Don't miss out on this incredible opportunity to experience the wild in a meaningful and life-changing way. Enroll today and embark on a transformative journey with Eco-Training in Kenya's Masai Mara, the leading force in conservation education.
It looks like these wildebeest want to come down and drink here. It's not the best place for them to drink. There's a pretty steep bank here and it's quite deep, this water. Let's see, there looks to be some moisture off to the side. I think that'd be better going to the main pan actually and drinking out of the main water. This water must be very muddy and brackish. Not pleasant. Looks like the cloud cover has come over. You can just see a patch of sun in the distance, and then this Ellie is definitely not sitting in the sun. So it looks like the weather forecast is true. Another weather forecast that we've been eagerly awaiting has been when the rains are going to be coming to Kenya. And for the last 2 days, we've seen these nimbostratus clouds, big dark-bellied clouds starting to develop. Anyway, I've been looking forward to seeing some bigger clouds come through. Today is apparently the day. Let's go and see if it's true. Amazing. Same type of cloud cover. We're now in Kenya at the Africam Aldonio cam feed. These are Masai giraffe. Many thousands of kilometers away from Madikwe. Cloud cover is a little bit thicker than what we saw yesterday, but the same type of clouds, lacking the vertical growth of the cumulonimbus clouds, which we so often associate with thunder and lightning, and which Kenya is just absolutely phenomenal. The size of the cloud seems bigger there for some reason. I don't know, my perception. We had a little bit of a glitch. It seems like the gremlins are creeping in everywhere. It's all okay. We have our technicians working on it and they'll fix it up pretty soon, and we'll be back on track scanning through the various camera feeds we have all over the place. In the meantime, Aldonio has been an absolute, I mean, not Aldonio, Okakoya has been an absolute rock for us. It still has all the springbuck around it. I'll tell you what, we've been with Okakoya quite a lot today. One of the places we haven't visited a lot over the last couple of days has been Campher's Dam and the Flamingos. Why don't we go and see what's happening around there? Yeah, back to South Africa and Campher's Dam, which is an ephemeral, well, now permanent dam because of runoff and water treatment works that are close to Kimberley, but was an ephemeral pan, historically speaking, where lesser flamingos have been known to breed. One of only 7 of these sites in the world, and the only one in South Africa that's known. These flamingos do visit other pans in the area and will spread all over the place. You find lesser flamingo in literally all over the place on the Highveld, but they don't breed everywhere. But they did breed here, and in some numbers, there were 50,000 birds present at that particular time. You can see a number of different bird species here. The white pinkish birds, they're the flamingos, obviously. Those of you who are just new to birding. And then the large black birds with the white faces, they are the red-knobbed coots. And then you find smaller birds that are popping in and out of the water. They are dab chicks. We haven't seen any of them just yet. Those are all just coots and flamingos. Gosh, some disturbance there is pushing the birds from one side of the pan to the other. You can see that they're all having a bit of a reaction. It's a very large expanse of water, this. 500 hectares, I think, or something. Here's a... What are those ducks? I want to say that they are teals, but let me just get my bird book and make doubly sure. Quinn has just let me know that we can hear a bird making a whistling high-pitched noise. Not sure what that is, actually. What is this that's coming through here now? This is bulbous thing here. Oh, it's a packet. Gosh, talk about talk about man's influence on these things. Have a look at these birds just sort of not quite understanding what this packet is doing in the environment. Source of some curiosity. Very interesting just watching it go off there. I once was lucky enough to see a shoe come floating down the Mara River, and it was the same thing. A crocodile just instantly zoned in on this shoe, swam right up to it, and inspected it pretty much right through the view of the camera, through the field of the camera. Very interesting to see. Quite sad though, but interesting. Two black ring stilts, top of the screen. And I think that was a Cape teal that we were looking at. That duck that we briefly saw a little bit earlier. Such a great view over this water expanse. Catherine, wherever you are in the world, you've just greeted everybody here, so good day to you back. And yeah, it's good to hear from you. And it is a beautiful scene as well. You're seeing, it's always quite calming to go from the madness around Jamala, with all the ellies and the trumpeting and the swimming and the splashing, and then come out to the flamingo flock that we have here, who are pretty much just sort of quite relaxed all the time. Here come those two, not unknown ducks, I think they are teals, Cape teals. I don't notice a very dark color and distinctively yellow beak. Not yellow beak, red beak, excuse me. The red-billed teal has a very bright red beak that's quite distinguishable. And their light color is also not like most ducks. Alrighty, a place I've been dying to go and have a look at is Afrikaans Tembe camp feed, because there's some bad weather approaching today, and they've also got some giant elephants. So why don't we go see what's happening around those, or around those pans? Goodness me, so no rain just yet, and two really large bull elephant digging around in the soil here. It's such an interesting camera feed. This is from Tembe Elephant Park. We're still in South Africa, It's home to some of the largest tuskers in Africa, and I think the largest tusk bulls in South Africa, and a number of them. It's quite often we come to this camera feed and there's Ellie standing here, and the tusks are just off the scale big. I mean, that is a giant bull elephant at quite a distance. Those tusks are probably about as wide as my waist is. This bull elephant shyly hiding his tusks away from us behind this tree. Let's see what he looks like as well. Lots of rain forecast for this area today and tomorrow. And a little bit further south from here, lots of snow as well. So we're expecting in the higher lying areas of South Africa snow to be falling, sometimes up to 50 centimeters deep. And I mean, we're deep into our spring already. It's almost November. Quite interesting event. It's quite an interesting meteorological event. It's a cold front that's come over, and that is paired with a ridging high. I didn't really know what that means, but that's what the weather lady said today. Here's a woolly-necked stork. Leopard Safari, Liam, you've asked, is this WildEarth? Yes, Leopard Safari, Liam. This is a show called Live at the Waterhole, and we've partnered with a whole bunch of partners, one of them being Africam, for access to a host of different cameras that Africam manage, and that's why you're seeing Africam Tembi KwaZulu-Natal on the top left-hand side. But yeah, it's just a partnership between Africam and WildEarth, and we bring this show to you between our normal sunrise and sunset safaris, which you'd be used to. And it's basically just a guided, well, with a field guide like myself and my colleagues, experience through some of the most remote places that we have access to in these cameras. This wonderful selection of cameras all over the place, all over Southern Africa, a number of different sites over Southern Africa, one in Etosha, in Namibia, on the Zambezi River, for instance, and we've got even one in Kenya. This is one now in KwaZulu-Natal, which is in a province in South Africa, tucked up right on the southern border of Mozambique, close to the Indian Ocean, in a place well known for prolific bird life, but also for these giant elephant bulls that inhabit this place. Why we came here today was to have a look at the elephant bulls, but also to see if it was raining, because expecting a lot of rain here today.
It's time to tap into your owl-like wisdom and elephant-like memory. Gear up for a month of Animal Quizmania this November. Teams will pit against each other every Saturday for some good old-fashioned interactive fun on The Sunset Show. To enter, form a team of at least 2 people, fill out the form on our website, and name your team. Come along and put yourself and your challenges to the test. WildEarth, bringing the fun to the safari.
Amazing how these ellies have just decided, no, we've had enough looking at their tusks, and go and hide behind the the tree. They're in such good shape, these ellies. I've never been to Tembe Elephant Park. I've driven past it on more than one occasion, and always said to myself I need to come back and come visit. I've never had the pleasure of visiting it. It's another really good view of an elephant, sort of those front legs, which carry the majority of their weight, 60% of their weight on those pillar-like front legs with their round feet. Oh gosh, there's more ellies there. All just standing on this plain. I'm honestly astounded at how big the average tusks are of these ellies. I mean, those tusks are even making their faces look pretty thin. Definitely a place that I need to go and visit at some point in my life. Apparently these ellies are pretty cross though. Being so close to the Mozambique border has subjected them to some harassment from people over the decades. And these ellies you've got to treat with a vast amount of caution. Can't just get close to them like we do in the Kruger. It's just one of those things to remember. A flock of woolly neck stork that are moving between these ellies. You usually only see them in, ones or twos at most, but yeah, we seem to have an abundance of them. These ellies, you can see, are just relaxing, trunks completely relaxed on the floor. Also not really at ease. It seems like they're being infested by a number of biting things, kicking and swaying and spraying themselves with sand. Yesterday, I had to fill up some sandbags here where I'm living in preparation for what was also going to be the weather that's about to hit Tembe. Came through the place I'm living at now yesterday, and the winds were high and there was lots of rain, and the little stream next to my house has a tendency to flood, and so I needed to fill a whole bunch of sandbags, and we've had an outbreak of flies here that is honestly unbelievable. So I know exactly how these elephants feel. I spent the day swatting at myself yesterday, well, at least the hour and a half that I was filling up the sandbag, swatting at myself maddeningly yesterday. And I could at least, at the end of that, I could come inside. These guys can't. So, goodness, I understand if there is been a bit of an outbreak. It's been raining quite a lot at Tembe, and so lots of food, lots of water around, good temperature, and some insect is just going to be coming out going crazy. Catherine, you've made an interesting observation. You say that ellies do stand a lot, and you only really see them lying down in mud. You're quite right there, Catherine. They do stand a lot, and they can sleep on their feet as well. So it's not a full sleep that that they still do on their sides, and they will sleep a couple of hours a night. And you usually find them sleeping on the sides of termite mounds, in areas where it's really hot, like in the Limpopo River Valley. You sometimes see elephants sleeping in the middle of the day in the shade of trees, flat out on their sides, but it's never for very long. Normally you just see them dozing like this. And I got a feeling it's because, this is just my theory, right? So elephants have been hunted for their tusks for thousands of years. Mostly man is hunting them in the daytime. And the ability to rest on your feet and get going at the slightest smell of man or the slightest sound of man, I think has done these ellies well in surviving. So this is my hypothesis, right? It's just me thinking. I think that ellies, over the thousands of years that people have been hunting them, and specifically since man has had gunpowder to play with, has evolved elephants to doze standing so that they can instantly get into flight if they need to. So that's just my feelings there, Catherine. I mean, you're welcome to send through what you feel like. So I'm saying it's a survival adaptation more than anything else. Alrighty, but the joy of this live at the Waterhole show is that we have a number of different cameras to go and visit. So why don't we leave these guys to their afternoon snooze and go and visit Okakoya and see what's happening around that pan. So from the green lushness of Tembe in South Africa to the stark white of this pan at Etosha, the concrete plain adjacent to the pan at Etosha, and a number of zebra. Gosh, this is probably even more zebra than when we counted the last time. I think it was 44 zebra that we counted the last time. Yeah, I'm counting about 46, 47 zebra here, so easily the biggest herd of zebra we've seen so far. I keep on saying that we're breaking records every day. 47 zebra, so that's the new record set. Oops, zebra got a big fright there. It's something in the grass, underneath that stump.
Are you scared of the dark? Bats? Spiders? Hold on to your broomsticks because this spooky season, we are creeping it real with our Halloween fireside chat. Join us as we get dressed up and debunk myths behind some of our seemingly scary safari friends. Catch the thrills and chills this Halloween. Bugs and Hisses. WildEarth.
Another herd of zebra coming down out of the distance to mingle with this herd that's leaving. Now close on 100 zebra on this open area. It's wonderful. One lone oryx there in the foreground. And as quick as a flash, it's come down to that portion of the show where I hand over to my colleague, and Liam is standing by to take you through the rest of the show all the way to 3 o'clock South Africa or Central Africa time. At least from my point of view, I just want to say thank you for all your questions and your comments today. It was wonderful spending this morning with you. Lovely looking at all the animals that we did. So happy for the rest of the day. Go Bokke, and with that, I will see you tomorrow morning, bright and early, for the show. So all the best out there. Stay safe, and I'll catch up with you soon.
Good afternoon, one and all. And thank you very much there to Steph. My name is Liam Burrow, and I'm the fortunate naturalist that's going to be taking you through the second half of the Live at the Waterhole show for this afternoon. And what a glorious afternoon it is turning into already. A little smattering of springbok in the foreground there, and plenty of plains zebra making their way across that fairly barren looking surface. Herds coming in, herds going out, and a couple of oryx on the periphery there as well. This is, of course, Okakoyo in Namibia, very close to Etosha. Certainly one of the driest regions in southern Africa. It's a really special place. And certainly in the last couple of days, this has been a very prolific spot in the second half of the afternoon, in spite of soaring temperatures, kind of moving into the very early 40s centigrade or Celsius. Yeah, it's a bit mind-boggling that any life at all can survive out here, but there is a vast array of wildlife. We have even been seeing quite big herds of desert ellies, or desert-adapted ellies, in this spot. Hello, Ellen. So awesome to hear you guys are enjoying the program, and I hope things are looking good in the UK today. I'm sure not quite as toasty as we are over here in Southern Africa, but yeah, it's wonderful to have you on board, and I hope you can keep watching as the show goes on. That's the wonderful thing about these live safaris. Operating as a safari guide myself over the last 12 or so years, you're sort of limited in terms of what you're actually presenting to your guests on safari. We see these incredible things, admittedly very special, but we've only got between 6 and maybe 8 people on the cart, depending on where you are. here, as we view outrageous scenes of incredible diversity and these wonderful natural scenes, and we're broadcasting them to literally thousands of people all over the world. What a pleasure. Yeah, it sure beats reality TV, that's for sure. Ula, thank you very much for that. Something about the Springboks was in the front of my brain. I think it is going to be a very good omen. But we'll see how that goes a little bit later this evening. Exciting stuff. Yeah, the Springbok are pretty impressive little antelope. At one stage, they were very, very widespread across the drier regions of southern Africa. But unfortunately, their numbers are greatly reduced now. There are still some spots where you can see them in their hundreds, if not potentially in their thousands. Certain parts of the Karoo, the Kalahari in South Africa, up into Namibia, places like Etosha, where we are now. I read a story about the town of Beaufort West in South Africa, something like 150 odd years ago. There was a great drought at the time, and a herd of Springbok, they reckon over 1 million strong. So just think about that again. 1 million Springbok, all in one group, made their way through the town of Beaufort West, this little dusty one-horse town, in search of, I presume, food and water. And the residents of Beaufort West at the time, in the 1800s, came out in their thousands and shot these Springbok in their hundreds of thousands. So pretty wasteful stuff. But yeah, as I say, even though we aren't really seeing Springbok migrations like that anymore, there are still some spots where we can see plenty of them. Okakoyo being one of them. Very, very hardy little antelope, capable of operating almost totally independently of water. But obviously, like this Okakoyo pan, if water is available, they flock down and slake their thirsts. Cool. Well, in the interest of keeping things moving, I think let's head down to Tau in South Africa's northwest, where I believe some ellies may be coming down. So we are on location in the Madikwe Game Reserve, right up on the boundary, South Africa's northernmost boundary, with neighbouring Botswana, and yeah, this is a really nice scene. I like the topography here at Madikwe. These sort of fairly arid-looking flat woodlands, but bordered by these incredible ridges. A couple of ellie bulls there. Looks like kudu in the far background. I think those are kudu, and our ever-present warthogs as well. One warthog anyway. We've had some phenomenal viewing around here in the last couple of days. Lots of elephant activity. I've particularly enjoyed the close-up views of the resident crocodiles, of which I think there are 5 in this pan. Hunting fish in the shallows, trying to stay out of the way of the wallowing ellies. It really is quite a scene. But yeah, certainly elephants abound. They're all over the show.
Whether you're a retiree, a recent graduate, or a professional seeking a change, the 55-day eco-training program is for you. With the coaching of experienced training guides, you'll embark on an unforgettable adventure that will give you a deep understanding of wildlife, conservation, and African cultures. If you sign up locally or internationally using this promo code, you'll receive 2,000 Rand off.
I don't know if it's just my eyes, but it looks like the water level of this pan has actually dropped pretty significantly, even in the last couple of days. I don't know, it might just be an effect of the camera angle there. As I say, very, very hot conditions indeed. A wonderful spot for these waterbuck to do a bit of grazing on these sort of mats of well irrigated grass, enriched by that very, very nutrient rich clay. And as you can see in kind of the background there isn't a whole lot of lush green grass, which the waterbuck absolutely love, out there at all. So this is a real haven for them. Gwen, who's controlling the camera, says she's having a bit of a scratch around for these crocodiles. No clear sign of them today. They've been pretty prominent in recent afternoons. But crocs do move, so it's well within the realm of possibility that they've gone to sort of that deeper section, kind of where the Ellie is coming down in the far background. It's well documented that when water starts to get pretty shallow, if a croc senses that it's ultimately going to disappear, They have the ability to walk up to 100 kilometers, possibly more, overland in search of a new place to live. So it comes as a bit of a warning. You may be out in the bush, you find a lovely freshwater pan, and you and your mates have a nice swim on one particular afternoon. There's no problems. You come back the next day, and there's a 6-meter crocodile hiding in it. So always better to tread with an amount of caution around water in Africa, fresh water. Keeping in mind, something like a 6-meter crocodile, a 1-ton reptile, can sit fairly motionless in a pan that's only 1.5 feet, 2 foot deep. Doesn't have to breathe, doesn't have to come to the surface for an hour if it doesn't want to. Yeah, very, very easy to get yourself into hot water, so to speak. I've got massive respect for crocodiles. I find them quite frightening. I operated as a conservation pilot last year in a remote park in kind of central Mozambique, which borders onto a tremendous lake, a very, very big lake, Lake Massinjir. And part of my daily anti-poaching patrol was to fly along the lakeshore. Now that lake is home to one of the largest populations of crocodiles in southern Africa. I always had my heart sort of in my mouth over open sections of water there. Not a place you want the engine to stop, let's put it that way. Very nice. Quite a large group of wildebeest. These are blue wildebeest coming down. And this is a big group. We don't really see herds like this very commonly in places we're used to seeing on WildEarth, places like the Sabi Sands. I presume the habitat in Madikwe is just a bit more conducive to their lifestyle. They like quite rich grazing, open plains, and slightly reduced lion densities. The Sabi Sand is just so chock full of big prides of lions that the wildebeest don't seem to do very well there at all. You see them in places, but not like this. Yeah, that's a massive group, maybe 30 or 40. I'm used to seeing maybe 5 or 6 at a time. And then, of course, you head up to places like East Africa, the Masai Mara, the Serengeti, where that great migration of National Geographic and BBC fame occurs. Up there, you're talking millions of animals. Yeah, I think it's 1.2 million wildebeest that make that migration. Sort of a big circuit between Kenya and Tanzania. Historically, it's reckoned we did have a big wildebeest migration in southern Africa. I believe the population was something like 350,000. But unfortunately, with commercial agriculture coming in, lots of fencing was erected to stop the spread of things like foot and mouth disease between domestic stock and wildlife. And that sort of prevented the migration. Yeah, we've got to be a bit better as humans at figuring out ways to kind of coexist with nature if we can. It's fairly easy to establish nice wildlife corridors so that animals can still manage their sort of movements on a greater scale. Keep those populations moving, keep them healthy. And that is certainly true of many things, especially Southern Africa's elephant population. Two very big boys here. and Egyptian geese, and helmeted guinea fowl. The sort of grey birds in the bottom left corner. Egyptian geese, those ones with a big spot on their breast. Let's see if this ellie chases these wildebeest. No, more focused on scratching a bit of mud out of his eye, I think. Gwyn reckoned he was looking like he might want a trumpet, but he changed his mind. I think it's a bit difficult to get motivated to do anything in this heat. Better to stick close to the water and focus on staying nice and cool. You can see how the elephants, through very regular visits here, have kind of carved these big chunks out of the sides of this dam. And ultimately, they do a pretty great service at kind of deepening and widening these pans. That way, and the next time it pours with rain, this pan will fill up beautifully. It might rise by 4 or 5 foot. Check is doing it right there. This little nook is a nice place for him to stir up mud, get that clay nice and rich. And, put a thick coating of it all over his body. But yeah, as I say, they're phenomenal constructors of natural pans. You might call them this landscapes and landscapers. But construction and destruction have come hand in hand. Ellies are notoriously destructive, and following around a particularly big bull, he will push over trees throughout the day, especially at this time of the year, to get at bark and roots hidden below the soil, and the last bit of sort of sugar and nutrients trapped high up in the canopy in the branches. So they do a fair bit of damage. Ula, that is an excellent question, and certainly it's pretty well documented that elephants will feed on clay or soil in some parts of their range in southern Africa. It's very well documented in places like the Congo. And now the behavior is called geophagia, or geophagy, which quite literally means to eat soil for minerals. So you'll find quite a few of the species of plants that elephants feed on are toxic to some degree. Well, certainly they have chemicals in them that can build up over time and do some pretty nasty things to animal digestive systems. So many species will feed on clay as, I don't know what the medicinal term would be, but sort of like an anti-poison type thing. And sodium is a pretty critical element of most living bodies, certainly the mammals. It is certainly an essential element in blood and the formation of tissues and all sorts of things. So by all means, ellies will feed on it. And they'll kind of scoop up clay with their trunk and then actually feed it into the mouth and eat it. Not in massive quantities. We're not talking 50, 60 kgs at a time, but perhaps a couple of kilos, 2 or 3 kgs of soil, something like that. Yeah, and you'll see it in a couple of different species. Lots of the antelope do it as well. Alrighty. Well, as things continue to hot up here at Tau, let's head over to Old Donyo in southern Kenya to have a look. Haha, very nice. A tall female Maasai giraffe, also seizing the opportunity to have a bit of an afternoon drink. Oh, okay, we appear to have lost that Old Donyo feed. Again, all part and parcel of dealing in very remote spots. But back here at Jamala, which I believe is stabilized after some difficulties, we're being treated to views of a huge group of ellies, a couple more giraffe. Now, in contrast to the Maasai giraffe that we've just seen in southern Kenya, this is the southern or South African giraffe, of which there are reckoned to now be a number of species. I've heard conflicting things, but maybe 7, maybe 9 subspecies. They're not distinctive species, so if you were to put them together, an individual from South Africa and an individual from Kenya, they could quite realistically reproduce. Sure, and a tiny elephant calf there in the bottom right. Little guy. The cow's being very alert not to get him cornered by amorous bulls, of which there are probably a few around here. We've certainly been seeing musk bulls in recent days. They make such good mums. So dedicated. Look at her just guiding him away there. Gently. And casting some wonderful shade on very sensitive baby skin as well.
What if you could explore the world from an entirely new perspective? Flying a real drone live without leaving home. This is Nature Eye. Discover our planet's landscapes with a personal guide and a powerful camera. Every flight helps conserve the locations you visit. Book your adventure with Nature Eye.
Goodness me, a big slip there. And that could have ended quite badly. Yeah, I believe a trumpet from one of those bulls on the left gave that giraffe cow a bit of a fright. She took a bit of a tumble onto her knees, but she's all right. Giraffes have got a very high center of gravity, so quite easy for them to kind of get off balance, especially on slippery surfaces, and to topple over. Something that could be extremely damaging, especially for that head to go slamming into the ground from sort of 12 foot up. Very easy for them to be hit so hard they don't get up again. Diane, yes and no. So giraffe at rest, and it's important to keep in mind they probably don't get a lot more than a single hour of sleep in an entire day, broken into fairly short power naps. A giraffe will lie down, but they kind of sit a bit like a camel, so they fold all their legs underneath them and rest on the ground kind of with the head up, if at all possible in a large group. That way, they will occasionally actually be given the opportunity to rest their head. So they kind of curl the neck into a loop and rest the head sort of on their shoulder. And then they can go into quite a deep sleep, preferably while another giraffe watches. Because in that sort of pose or that position, if a lion was to come running up and jump on that giraffe's back or grab it by the neck, it would be game over. But yeah, it's actually quite a largely held misconception that they don't lie down, and that ellies don't lie down either. And so both individuals do under the right circumstances. It's actually one of the most common questions for guests on a first-time safari, and they'll ask us as naturalists or guides. I worked with an excellent tracker in the Sabi Sand, the western sector, and he was a bit of a trickster. His favorite answer to that question was, when a giraffe is sleepy, it finds a tree of the appropriate height, it wedges its head into a forked branch, and then it hoists all of its legs up off the ground so the hyenas don't bite it. Proper silly, but yeah, it always got a laugh. Yeah, the truth is not quite as exciting as that. All right, apologies there. Jamala seems to have got a bit frozen, possibly something to do with that big weather system blowing in from the south. But back up here in Okakoyo in Namibia, we're being blessed with another view of what I presume is the same large herd, or multiple herds of desert-adapted elephants, a specialty of this Etosha area. Now, this is a real treat if you're joining us for the first time. There's only a couple of hundred of these desert-adapted ellies spread out across this entire area. So the fact that we are getting to see such a large group of them, yeah, a real pleasure. It's a very hard landscape for something as big as an elephant to find enough food to survive it. Jenna, hello to you there in the UK, and that's a very deep thinking question. I like the style of it. So certainly with time, their feet get pretty leathery. I guess a bit like us. If you spend a lot of time in your bare feet, or even in sort of footwear that doesn't fit nicely, you'll develop really thick calluses and corns on your feet. Elephants certainly do, and the feet of these desert-adapted ellies are no exception. They get really gnarly. Look, they're pretty well adapted to handle that. It's all part and parcel of the deal. But yeah, they do an enormous amount of walking. They reckon in an elephant's life, it can quite realistically walk the equivalent distance of twice around the earth, which I can believe. They are constant nomads. Always on a mission in search of water and more food. And speaking of missions in search of water, a huge group of zebra coming down in the back there. Yeah, again, you wouldn't think of this place as choked with life, but it very clearly is. Certainly water is the catalyst. That's where they've all got to come. Sure, big dust devil coming through. That is spectacular. Careful, Ellies. Yeah, that's the desert equivalent of a tornado. Just very violent air currents. Two winds kind of moving in opposite directions of each other, and it creates a vortex, a bit like when you pull the plug out in the bath. Sure, that is quite a scene. Dusty, hot and dry. Just speaking of leathery elephant feet, one of the very first lodges that I started guiding at about 10 years ago now, I called in a vet to try and put a radio transmitter on a very big elephant bull that lived on the reserve, and he liked to break out, so I think it was a good idea to have a transmitter on him so we could figure out where he was. And yeah, anyway, so this elephant was tranquilized, went to sleep. The vet sort of walked up to him, and with his multi-tool, with his Leatherman, pulled out his pliers, picked at something on the sort of heel of this elephant's foot, and he pulled out, I swear to you, a 4-inch thorn that had gone straight into this elephant's heel. So yeah, elephants have certainly got pretty gnarly feet. It certainly wasn't something that was causing him too much issue. There was no blood or pus or infection or anything like that. So yeah, they are pretty well adapted to tough conditions. Cool. Well, time now to check out another feed at one of South Africa's game reserves. Let's head to KwaMaritani, which I believe is also full of elephant activity. So we're now up in the Pilanesberg National Park. Probably one of the closest Big Five wilderness areas to the city of Johannesburg. An hour or so north, something like that. And elephants abound. They're all over the show today. Yeah, certainly winds blowing here, indicating change is coming with that big cold front on the way. But nice, we've still got some lovely sunshine at a lot of these locations. Looking like a hot afternoon. Now, the weather can play a pretty big role in what we see on a safari.
It's that time of the year filled with tricks and treats. From the creepers to the crawlies, we're scouting the creatures that keep you up at night. Hang on to your seats as we debunk the myths behind the safari's scariest. Turn out the light and lock your door. There's a spooky safari coming to your home. Come along for some hair-raising fun this Halloween with WildEarth.
So you can see the difference in size there between the greater and the lesser flamingos. Even if we can't see a whole lot of detail, and the lesser flamingos are obviously the very significantly smaller species. Now the greater, much taller and quite a bit lighter in color. And yeah, this is a pretty special place for them. It's a very, very big and well-established wetland. It is a conservation area. And yeah, they flock here in numbers, in their thousands to breed under the right conditions. That red-knobbed coot doing a bit of diving. quite bizarrely, one of the closest relatives of these flamingos in the wild are the pigeon and dove species. You'd be forgiven for thinking they'd be more realistically connected to things like cranes or herons or storks or something like that. But no, it is the humble pigeon. And these guys don't really do any pecking. They certainly don't eat seed or garbage or anything like that, like the old feral pigeon in the city. These guys feed almost exclusively on blue-green algae and diatoms. Yeah, something fairly plentiful in this very sodic, very salty water here in Kimberley. The formation of this Comfers Dam wetland kind of flamingo sanctuary area was actually the brainchild of a biologist by the name of Mark Anderson, a bit of a conservation visionary, especially when it comes to these flamingos. He joined forces with a big mining group, and they put in some real effort to treat this area. And perhaps best of all, protect it from kind of the pressures of outside development. And they also constructed a wonderful island, which is here somewhere, on which a lot of these flamingos can actually reproduce. More into the later part of the year, so it might be coming up. It wasn't known at first if the flamingos would settle, but they did massively. I believe it was all set up in like 2006. Something like 10,000 birds arrived and bred that year. The next year, 2007, it doubled. 20,000 birds returned. So that makes this a real haven for them. They also head as far afield as Lake Natron in Tanzania. And unfortunately, Lake Natron and the flamingo colonies up there are under a bit of threat. And the last I heard, there was a bit of sort of soda mining going on up there. A mining company going in for a lot of the chemicals and the minerals that occur naturally in that soil, and unfortunately creating quite a bit of a disturbance for the breeding flamingos. Thankfully, though, as we know, they can travel thousands of miles, and so they just swap to one of the other places. A couple of spots in Etosha where they can breed. I think there's reckoned to be 6 or 7 places where flamingos can actually breed in Africa. If you haven't already, especially for our viewers in the UK, you must check out the latest BBC special, the Planet Earth 3. There's a wonderful segment in the first episode about flamingo colonies breeding and kind of the threats that climate change puts against their efforts. Yeah, they make sort of these muddy turrets of sort of clay, and then they lay a single egg on top. But often breeding in sodic areas, places like lake flats, obviously a couple of inches rise in water level, and those nests are underwater. So it can be a real chaotic thing, especially with the weather on this planet getting more and more intense by the year as things appear. So yeah, important to conserve these select few spots where they do breed. Starbuck flamingos do some pretty incredible sort of breeding behavior, and they get beautifully vivid pink in the breeding season. Their faces flush almost a rosy red color, and then almost in like a synchronized ballet, hundreds of them at a time sort of do this straight-legged dance where they all march together, I think to try and express sort of their physical fitness and their virility, and then they'll sort of pair off and mate. There's also some evidence that they're monogamous, so they pair for life. I don't know, monogamy with birds has always raised a bit of an eyebrow for me. The concept that if one member of that pair dies, the other one will never ever reproduce again, just seems a little bit of a stretch. I don't know, I could be wrong. Yeah, I believe it's something that's being more and more disputed in the studies of birds. Certainly animals or birds will pair off. Sorry, this feed is getting very, very shaky. That's certainly an effect of the wind. Yeah, there is largely held sort of feeling that this idea that swans and geese and many of the eagles are pretty loyal to one another. A pair will stick together and will breed kind of year in, year out for decades, potentially for some species, especially things like eagles. But whether or not, if one individual passes away, that other one will sort of have a life of celibacy, I have my doubts. It doesn't make a whole lot of biological sense. Lots of ducks and geese at the back. Again, we're a bit limited with what we can do in terms of zooming. Ooh, a lot less ducks and geese now. I think the wind is stirring everybody up. Now, as soon as we zoom in, the feed gets very, very shaky with the wind coming in from the south there. But that's all good. We're getting a nice view here. And it's actually been cool to see a bit of movement. I love that vivid sort of salmon pink flash that you get when they actually take flight, these flamingos. Very good view of a greater flamingo there with its sort of wings open. Pretty significantly taller than the lesser. There's no mistake in them. It's incredible. We've spoken about these guys moving potentially thousands of miles. After a bit of a storm in the last couple of months, a greater flamingo was actually stood in the middle of the savannah on the S100, a very famous predator-rich road in Kruger National Park. Yeah, and he basically just stood by the roadside for the entire day. He was seen by quite a lot of people. And then when the weather calmed down, he took off and carried on wherever he was going. Possibly even up to somewhere like Lake Natron in East Africa. Yeah, certainly a bit of activity. Mingle Bungle, a great name, by the way. That is an excellent question. So we do see birds like flamingos, things like herons, a lot of the storks sat on one leg. Now, ornithologists reckon that that is actually that flamingo going to sleep. So pretty bizarrely, it's believed that many bird species have the ability to some degree to shut down one half of the brain at a time. So if I'm remembering it correctly, I think it's the opposite side. So if that left leg is hoisted, the right side of the brain is having a bit of a rest. Then he pops his leg down, raises the other one, and rests the other half of the brain. It gives the bird the ability to still kind of sit with an amount of situational awareness. So obviously kind of keeping one eye open for an eagle or something swooping in, but can obviously get the rest that it actually needs. It's pretty bizarre stuff. Imagine being able to do that. Yeah, and quite a bit of other bird life in the background. As I say, our zooming abilities are a bit limited at the moment with these gusting winds. And the feed gets quite unstable when we pull all the way in. But we've certainly got some black-winged stilts. And those are the guys in kind of the top right corner there. I believe Egyptian geese, possibly some Cape teals there. Those are some of the smaller ducks. And certainly those red-knobbed coots that seem to be very prolific throughout the Cape.
I started watching WildEarth during COVID. I decided that I wanted to study more. And I saw that Eco Training Pridelands was doing courses, and I decided to do the 8-week online theory course at the end of last year. There's just so much out there to learn and to experience.
Sign up for an Eco Training digital course today with the promo code to receive 200 Rand off.
Cool. Well, I believe the feed in Jamala in Madikwe has stabilized a little bit. So perhaps let's leave our flamingos to it for now and check back in over there. Check it out. Plenty elephants. Quite a few zebra as well, and actually another dust devil sort of visible on the horizon back there. Yeah, we've seen a couple of these. Lots of swirling hot air. Certainly a big shift is coming. That weather is blowing in. So just in this single frame, we've got at least 36 elephants. I would reckon probably over 40 if we could get a look at all of them. Oh yeah, coming in from all sides. So while it's possible for kind of a breeding herd of elephants in Africa to be 40 strong, it's probably much more likely in this case that we're dealing with at least 3 or 4 different families and then a couple of bachelor bulls sort of blended in. Lots of youngsters. Yeah, the presence of all of these very healthy, happy-looking calves is obviously a testament to how well these elephants have been doing in recent years at Madikwe. The cows are in an almost permanent state of pregnancy. Truss, I haven't personally seen Ellie's stuck in the mud. Trust, my apologies there. But yeah, it is definitely possible. A conservationist up in East Africa that I chat to from time to time deals with it very, very regularly. East Africa is quite hands-on when it comes to kind of assisting wildlife in sort of naturally precarious situations. So when an elephant out there gets stuck in a dam, they snap into action. They'll bring in teams with bulldozers and plenty of strong men with shovels, and they'll do their very best to get that animal out. Now, there is a bit of pressure on when an elephant does get stuck in the mud, because their bodies are so large. If they've gone down in an uncomfortable position, they're actually reckoned to be able to kind of collapse one of their own lungs or crush internal organs simply under their own bulk. So yeah, they can't be down for too long, not days at a time. So another tiny calf just popping into the frame on the left there. Little guy. Still pretty unstable on his legs by the looks of it. Yeah, it'll take some pretty deep mud to actually get an elephant stuck. It's probably got to go all the way up to its breast, up to its brisket, in order for it not to be able to kind of engage low range and get out of there. Much easier for a youngster to get trapped. There are loads of ellies here, more coming down, as has been very typical of Jamala in recent days. So once again, a gentle reminder that we'd love to kind of have the human factor on this program. So let's keep things as interactive as possible. Keep your questions coming throughout the show. The naturalists are always very keen to engage with you, to answer some questions. The only stupid question is the one that goes unasked. So yeah, submit those as we go. This is obviously live, and we are waiting to hear from you. Oh, very cheeky elephant bull on that island, making sure those zebra know who's boss. It's funny, you often see that sort of confrontational behavior from smaller male elephants, kind of in their 20s. You might say kind of a case of short man syndrome, like they've got something to prove. Magnus, there absolutely is. So while a desert adapted elephant is not a distinctive or unique species, and they are essentially just savanna elephants, Loxodonta africana, same as these ones we are looking at. But they've evolved over hundreds of thousands of years to deal with conditions where food is not available and where they've got to walk much greater distances than these savanna elephants in order to find water. But those true desert adapted ellies don't really occur outside of places like Etosha and certain parts of the Hoanib in Namibia. Very, very, very dry spots. Yeah, it boggles my mind a little bit. Many of these bulls in this area are probably drinking between 200 and 400 liters of water a day. To give you an idea, 400 liters is about 2 bathtubs filled up, stacked on top of each other. So that is a whole lot of water. And the fact that an ellie in a place like Namibia can go for potentially days at a time without water is just mind-boggling.
Are you an Africam enthusiast who craves more than just a front row seat to the wild? With Africam Premium, you get to enjoy ad-free Africam streams. Take jaw-dropping shots and participate in exciting photo competitions. Dive into the world of safari snaps. Africam Premium gives you access to exclusive content, including shows, educational courses, and behind-the-scenes footage that you won't find anywhere else. Join us today and make the wild your playground.
It'll be interesting to see if this cold front does hang around for a couple of days, and it promises to bring a cloud and a bit of wet weather even as far as Jamala here in Madikwe. What elephant viewing will be like in the afternoons coming in the next couple of days. I'll be on the afternoon shift, so I'll certainly be here to check things out for the next couple of days. So let's see. Thankfully, even on the coolest and windiest of days, an elephant still has to drink water in large quantities, probably at least twice. So we should be seeing herds coming down to waterholes across the various feeds, regardless. They just might not be doing as much swimming and splashing in the mud, since there is minimal need to cool off. West, so thanks for that. Ellies are highly intelligent, very emotional creatures, and highly gregarious. So as a general rule, if you're talking about female elephants, they are absolutely always seen together. Females live in herds led by matriarchs, containing sort of all the calves under about 15 years of age of both genders. And then when males hit puberty, they break away, they leave. Quite possible to see a male elephant on its own. We see them regularly like that. But the males too form a bachelor society, usually gravitating around one very large, experienced individual in sort of his 50s. The concept to try and understand is that all of elephant culture, and I use the word culture on purpose, is based around the transmission of knowledge. And kind of a shared system of local knowledge. And we know once again that elephants have tremendous capacity for memory. You've heard the saying, I'm sure, an elephant never forgets. It's reckoned that an elephant only has to walk down sort of a path to a waterhole once in its life, possibly as a young calf, and then it's able to draw into that information, possibly decades down the line during a time of drought, to sort of find access to water once again. So, this society based around knowledge, especially with the bulls, is all about sharing that info. Younger bulls gravitate towards a big guy, and he'll teach them lots of lessons about life as a male elephant in this environment. But it does seem a little bit more fluid when it comes to the males, a bit more loose. The males break away from those groups and rejoin at a later stage. Our apologies there. We seem to have lost the Jamala feed for a second. Again, I'm certain that's an effect of the weather blowing in from the south. There's all sorts of funny tech challenges on the go today. But again, the beauty of this live at the Waterhole is that we've got lots of different places to check. And still here in Madikwe, plenty of elephants at Tau Lodge. All bulls. So demonstrating what we were just talking about really quite nicely. So very big boys. And they're not famous in this area for enormous tusks, not like the tusks you see in places like Tembe, the Greater Kruger, or even Old Donyo, where we were blessed to see 1 ton yesterday, that massive tusker. But the bulls in this area have some of the biggest heads, the biggest, bulkiest bodies. They get huge. Yeah, and in the same vein of kind of viewing male elephants either in groups or potentially alone, I think these little sort of social bachelor units are also affected by the hormonal condition of the individuals. Again, we know that elephant bulls go through must cycles fairly regularly, where their testosterone levels quite naturally spike. And when I say spike, though, it's pretty precarious. The testosterone goes from a nice calm baseline to about 60 or 70 times what it normally is in a couple of days. It makes bulls hyper aggressive. They don't behave like they normally do at all. And for that reason, I think sometimes they break away. They're very, very confrontational. They just want to fight with everybody, want to chase females down. Again, all part and parcel of the life of a male elephant. There's nothing that needs to be done against it. It kind of encourages reproductive activity and fighting for dominance and all of that. And then thankfully, almost as quickly as it arrives, it passes. Haley, I've heard reports of ellies getting potentially into their early 70s under the right conditions. Bulls, we know, live a little bit more than females, probably about 10 years on average more. So bulls, on average, possibly late 50s moving into 60s. Cows, late 40s moving into 50s. And that's probably to do with the strain placed on the body of a female as a result of constantly producing babies through her adult life. Bulls obviously don't have to do that, so they get a bit more time. But yeah, once again, it's all based on the conditions. If there's lots of food around, lots of water, ellies will live a bit longer. But in very harsh environments, possibly a bit less. It's interesting, the desert-adapted elephants that live up in Etosha live some of the shortest lifespans of wild African ellies. Many of them possibly not surviving more than about 40 years. And it's reckoned that's largely to do with the amount of sand that they inadvertently consume when they feed on vegetation. The sand accelerates the wear and tear on their teeth, and ultimately that shortens their life. It's a bit of a misconception, I reckon, that old elephants starve to death. But certainly when that final set of molar teeth has been polished shiny, shiny smooth, it's got no more grinding ability, their immune system does start to come down, a bit like an elderly human. And that's when fairly run-of-the-mill infections can become very, very serious indeed. Catch a cold or something and they just pass away like that. It's a very nice scene with these plain zebra, towering ellie bulls, spoonbill in the bottom left there, and the odd wildebeest sort of patted in as well. Toby, I did read that somewhere, so I think you might be onto something. I can't remember the exact science behind that fact, but I'm aware of it as well. think it was done on captive Asian elephants, and they were checking like electromagnetic activity in the brain. And they tested these elephants on various things and got different responses. But humans got the same response as like a tiny puppy when presented to an elephant. If I'm drawing this out of memory correctly, so the presumption was that elephants look at us as sort of these quite cute defenseless things. I don't know. I think that's perhaps a bit fanciful. It is also taking into account the fact that that's conducted on an elephant that lives under captive conditions. So that's an elephant that has been conditioned over a long period of time not to be scared of people. It's probably never been threatened by people. As far as the wild African elephant is concerned, humans are one of its biggest threats, and the elephants are intelligent. They're aware of that. I don't think wild African ellies find us very cute at all. They find us quite frightening. Especially ellies that haven't encountered many people on safari. Haven't had time to get comfortable with game viewers and people on walks and things like that. But yeah, it's an interesting line of thought. Thanks for that. So these four big chaps in front of us look to be resting. Again, they don't go into deep sleep. But when given the opportunity, they'll stand a bit upright, rest their trunk on the ground, and they seem to just catch a couple of minutes of rest. It does look very peaceful, doesn't it?
Are you in search of a unique, unforgettable adventure in the wild? Imagine living with the animals you see on TV while getting an inside look at how a live safari TV show operates. We're thrilled to offer this experience through our 7, 14 and 28-day EcoCam experiences. To book your spot, visit wildearth.tv/EcoCam. Come and join us for the bush experience of a lifetime.
But I say an amount of water, you don't want to provide too much. Excessive amounts of water begin to create kind of unnatural concentrations of wildlife, and that is very, very bad for the environment. You can see even the level of activity around this particular pan. The elephants trample a lot of the vegetation, break a lot of the trees kind of around the water, and that will just spread further and further. So I believe the ideal recipe is about a 13-kilometer walking distance between dams or pans for it to be very ecologically balanced. Certainly from the perspective of an ecotourism operation, you want some water in the bush because it does bring the wildlife in, and it certainly makes sightings a bit more regular, a bit more predictable. So it is a fine balance. Toby, no, elephants not monogamous at all. Um, Cows pick a bull based on kind of his size and his social status. So the theory being that the very biggest, the very most dominant, the most aggressive bull will hold the highest position in the hierarchy. And while he holds that position, he'll be mating with the majority of the females. He obviously won't hold that position forever, though, as younger competing bulls are kind of coming up in the ranks. He may be pushed down a few rungs and so it doesn't do too much breeding. So yeah, females pick the biggest bull. Essentially, you can understand a female elephant being a bit picky when it comes to selecting kind of the appropriate mate. An elephant pregnancy is 22 months long. And when that calf arrives, it is the beginning of potentially a lifelong commitment. So the female wants the very best genetic material possible to be going into the production of that baby. She wants a big, strong bull that's going to produce healthy calves. And ultimately, that is the function of a lot of reproductive behavior and posturing and coloring in various animal societies, in many of the birds, in the fish, even in reptiles. Health and virility of a male mate is a big priority. It ties into Darwin's theory quite nicely. Survival of the fittest. The only constant out here essentially is change. And when we get into these sort of very harsh periods where there isn't much food around, where water is in a bit of short supply, that is quite literally the natural world testing all of the living species. And the weakest ones will simply not make it through to the next sort of good season. And that way, when breeding does occur, only the healthy individuals are doing it. Haley, thanks very much for that question there. It is sort of the ultimate question when talking about bigger picture stuff with elephants. For anybody who doesn't know, pressure from ivory hunting is a big, or ivory poaching rather, is a big concern for the future of wild elephant populations on this continent. To give you a bit of an idea of what's been going on, 100 years ago, they reckon there were close to 10 million elephants roaming the wilds of Africa. So spread pretty nicely from South Africa's Cape all the way up the continent. Today, that elephant population is 4% of what it was. So it has decreased by 96% to just 400,000 elephants. Now, 400,000 elephants, if you think of them all in one place, is a lot. But at that rate of decline, something has obviously gone very, very wrong. Initially, the big concern was overexploitation by Europeans coming in to hunt ivory. That obviously isn't going on so much anymore, but it's morphed into modern pressure through ivory poaching. Now, we don't really suffer too much with it, touch wood, here in South Africa, but in places like East Africa, Kenya and Tanzania, and they're losing close to 100 elephants every single day to ivory poaching. It's devastating. Essentially, the big demand is coming from places like China and Vietnam, but to a lesser extent, America is now one of the biggest buyers of illegal black market ivory on the planet. It is big business. The illegal wildlife industry is worth hundreds of millions of dollars each year, unfortunately. And yeah, it's essentially all to satiate a demand for ivory trinkets. It's carved into sort of decorative pieces, chopsticks, bangles, lots of really silly things. I certainly won't argue it carves beautifully. It carves like no other material on earth into the most ornate, beautiful things. But essentially, if you're looking at that piece through the lens of the fact that it was at a stage hacked out of an elephant's skull, possibly in front of its family, causing severe trauma, yeah, that's a much less attractive thing to own, I would think. So yeah, I guess people have just got to be aware of that. There's a whole lot of misinformation around. A lot of people, it is my understanding that a lot of people in Asia believe that elephants shed their tusks, a bit like deer do with their antlers in the northern hemisphere. And so these carved tusks are just picked up off the ground, nobody gets hurt. And that is absolute nonsense. And it's information that is undoubtedly spread by the people doing the poaching and doing the trading in the ivory. Any tusks do break off, but an elephant tusk is connected to an elephant. It is a tooth. They don't just drop out. They have a massive nerve, so in order to get that tusk out and to get it out whole, it has to be cut out. So yeah, I guess in the first person, the best thing you can do to prevent elephant poaching is if you're traveling through any parts of Asia where those tusks might be for sale, just don't buy any ivory product ever under any circumstances. And you can also get more directly involved at any of the big conservation kind of outfits that are actively combating it on the ground. And there are plenty. African Parks is phenomenal. The Big Life Trust that works around Oldonyo, protecting the big tuskers up there. Elephants Alive in South Africa. And a very, very cool one is the Sheldrick Elephant Orphanage out of Nairobi in Kenya. Obviously, a big problem is caused when adult elephants are butchered for their ivory. And hundreds of little baby elephants, little calves, are left fairly orphaned. So yeah, this Sheldrick Elephant Orphanage has it down to a fine art. The science of turning baby elephants into healthy, happy, big elephants. And it is a science. It really is. They're difficult creatures to raise and difficult to reintroduce back into the wild, but they've got it down. So definitely check them out. They do some essential work. Yeah, we have a massive responsibility to protect the elephant. Ultimately, we are the custodians of these incredible animals. If the buying stops, the killing can too. So don't buy ivory, please.
Wild babies, little bits of heaven sent down to earth to stumble and tumble their way into our hearts. Join us as we celebrate and find as many wild babies as we can on Safari Live. Vote for who you think is the most adorable. Prepare your hearts for a cuteness overload. WildEarth, it's in your nature.
The vast majority of conflict between elephants can be avoided through body language. Obviously, most individuals don't want to risk getting injured. So yeah, size rules when it comes to early bulls. The tallest, biggest bulls are the most dominant. So yeah, they kind of push their way in, let everybody know that they're the biggest. The other ellies are kind of forced to make room. All the cows, all the calves, all the smaller bulls. He has his drink, does his thing, moves away, and then kind of the next biggest individual has pole position. And it's all fairly ordered. You won't ever see hundreds of them here. On a particularly busy day, it's almost like air traffic control with herds coming in. They listen out for the sounds of other herds at the water and they wait. When a position opens, they come in. Pretty advanced if you think about it. Nice to see that little calf there, kind of in the top left of the screen, trying to have a drink of mum's milk there. Quite uniquely, the breasts of elephants are between the front legs, not like the udders of a cow or a buffalo or a zebra or anything like that, which you'll see between the back legs. It's another biological connection that puts elephants in touch with their closest relative in the wild, which bizarrely is something called the hyrax or the dassie in South Africa. It looks like a little guinea pig that runs around in the rocks, only 2 or 3 kgs in size or weight, but yeah, it is the cousin of the heaviest animal on land. It's a bit bizarre. Check that giraffe reflection in the back. That's very cool. And as I mentioned a little bit earlier, it puts enormous strain on an elephant cow to produce enough milk to keep a calf happy, healthy, and developing as it should. She's got to produce between 5 and about 15 liters of nutrient-rich milk every single day. So she's got to be eating right, she's got to be getting to the water, and that is a whole lot of pressure. Another little guy there emerging from a fortress of legs. And you might actually witness that calf kind of squatting down. Again, at this size, it doesn't have the ability to draw water up with its trunk and blast it into the mouth like the adults do. And it still hasn't coordinated that trunk with all of the connections in the brain. It's going to take a long time, possibly a year or more, to master it. So for now, it's going to mean squatting down on those front legs, kind of down on their wrists, and they actually drink with their mouth when they're very, very little. It's pretty inefficient, but thankfully he's getting pretty much everything he needs from mom's milk. The water is just a bonus. And there's our other little one coming in. Cool. It's got to be one of the cutest youngsters in the natural world. I don't know anybody who doesn't like a really tiny elephant. Also quite interesting to see the care being taken by a lot of these large individuals to give those little youngsters right in the middle the chance to have a drink without getting sort of squashed, stepped on, or jostled out of the way. So there's obviously a pretty serious understanding of the vulnerability of that little calf. Some social depth there. And that social intelligence is an elephant in a nutshell. They are family based. Absolutely everything in an individual's life hinges on kind of the elephants around it. Their success, their happiness, it's all sort of intertwined. And in order for an elephant to live any semblance of a happy or full life, it has to have the ability to mingle with other elephants, to socialize, to interact. They're very physical. They do a lot of touching and gesturing. So with all of that in mind, an elephant kept in captivity, and in particular under sort of zoo type conditions, an elephant kept all alone has got to be a truly miserable existence. And no amount of sort of toys and things to do and that sort of thing will meet all of those needs. They belong together. a gauge of intelligence, a test that scientists do on animals to kind of figure out how they kind of measure up in terms of intelligence to us. Apparently, the most intelligence on the planet is the ability to recognize their own reflection. And incredibly, elephants have the ability to see their reflection in a mirror and to know that is me. I find that seriously phenomenal. They are clever, clever things. Indeed, there are sections of an elephant's brain, in particular the sectors responsible for emotional depth and social capacity, all of that sort of stuff, that are not actually even present in the human brain. So while we know so little about the brain anyway, it's believed that elephants arguably could have more capacity for emotion than we do. Best to keep them wild. This is where they belong. Couple of zebra coming in there, giraffe taking the time to have a bit of a squat and a drink. Francis, they are to some degree. Look, giraffe are pretty skittish around the water's edge, even on a good day, even without ellies present. And they're essentially very vulnerable to attacks by things like lion in particular. And when that head is dropped down to the water's edge, it's probably the most vulnerable moment in their entire day. If a lion was able to ambush them at that particular moment, jump onto that neck or head, it would be game over. So yeah, they're pretty skittish. But the ellies have been very vocal. There's lots of movement around, so I think the giraffes are distracted.
This immersive program will give you an in-depth understanding of the African bush in as little as 7 days. You'll be guided by expert trainers who will lead you through the various ecosystems of Africa and teach you essential bush skills. Join Eco Training's 7 or 14-day EcoQuest course and you will receive 500 Rand off whether you sign up locally or internationally using this promo code. Further your journey as a true bush enthusiast today.
I say lions have to be sort of elephant adapted. They kind of become elephant specialists. It's not kind of a behavior that all lions necessarily have to try and hunt things as big as ellies. Some prides specialize in giraffe. Some are more likely to go for buffalo. Smaller prides, perhaps zebra, wildebeest, that sort of thing. But yeah, they are essentially the most dominant land-based carnivore. So I guess it goes without saying that they've got to keep the big herbivores in check, even the very biggest. Bit of cheeky behavior between those two bulls on the left there. Cow coming in to break it up, saying that's enough. There's calves here. Take your roughhousing elsewhere. Such good mums. Wowza. How was that for a charge? A great show of how quickly an elephant can move when it wants to. And yeah, a good example of a pretty ferocious female. I think once again trying to drive bulls away. The presence of very young testosterone-fueled males is just not appreciated. Another herd materializing out of the scrub there. Yeah, it is just elephant central here through the afternoon. One of the biggest driving forces on elephant movements is the pursuit of water. At Dreamcatcher, you do see females occasionally. They're reacting with a bit of aggressive behavior. But if you think about it, females don't need to combat one another like bulls do. Their hierarchy socially is completely separate. The hierarchy of females is very much based on kind of age and experience. The oldest cow in a group is the boss. She doesn't have to fight for that position. She just sort of gets it because it is what she is. Bulls, though, as we know, actively have to fight one another to prove that they are the biggest, the strongest, and that they have all the characteristics that the cows want in a mate. So while the two societies are socially somewhat similar, they're also completely different. It's fascinating, and it is quite complicated. Bit of a cheeky advance from that cow there. She almost seems to be preventing this other herd from coming down to drink. We'll see what happens. Possibly not. Again, conditions are very, very hot. Food and water is not exactly very plentiful, so you can understand nerves kind of getting a bit frayed. Check this little guy out. Head up, ears out. He's trying to be terrifying. I think this herd is in the process now of starting to move out. And when they do, they'll make space around the water outlet for the next herd. And the matriarch, the leader, is that large female right in the middle, the biggest individual. And it's incredible. She will give a signal, often a signal that we can't hear. And it's a low frequency rumble just below the sort of realm of human hearing, the range at which we can pick it up. And the whole herd just moves. Everybody seems to respect Granny, the big matriarch. Tiny little guy trying to have a drink in there. Again, the use of his trunk at just a couple of weeks of age is very limited. So he's actually kind of having to go down on his front haunches there. Just try and scoop a bit in with the trunk, but otherwise drink with his actual mouth.
Are you scared of the dark? Bats? Spiders? Hold on to your broomsticks because this spooky season, we are keeping it real with our Halloween fireside chat. Join us as we get dressed up and debunk myths behind some of our seemingly scary safari friends. Catch the thrills and chills this Halloween. Bugs and Hisses. WildEarth.
Definitely some winds of change blowing in there. You can see, I think, a bit of cloud kind of blocking out the light. Where I am a couple of 100 kilometers from Madikwe, the wind has also picked up. Looks like cloud moving in. Without a doubt, it's that big cold front coming off of the Atlantic, which I reckon is going to make landfall fairly shortly. Initially on the coast, obviously, hitting places like the Cape and then Tembe, more towards KwaZulu-Natal, towards the east, and then gradually sort of pulling itself inwards. A forecast for some pretty ridiculous stuff. Lots of rain, snow in some places. Not something you expect in southern Africa in November. Or rather October. We're not not quite there. Oh, Phil from Brighton. We're getting into hot water there. My prediction for the Bok game tonight. I'm definitely. Oof, am I going to jinx it though? My prediction is certainly a win for South Africa, and I'm going to go with. Oh, I think it's going to be a tight one. Possibly a 1 point lead again. I reckon. The two teams are certainly evenly matched, or well matched, but certainly the feeling in South Africa is that the Springboks have got the whole country behind them. It's a pretty cool time to be out here. It's a great sense of community. But let's see how it goes. Melissa, you are most welcome. We are happy to give you your daily dose of Ellie therapy. I certainly enjoy it. I've always said that spending time with elephants has tremendous power to it. When I leave the city and enter a bush environment and sort of park off with the first big breeding herd of elephants of the safari, I can literally just feel all the tension sort of draining out of my back. I love it. Love it. It is good for the soul. It gives me the very same feeling as sort of sat on the beach staring out at the ocean or staring into a campfire. You sort of get transported to another place. It's nice. I don't really know what it actually comes from. Maybe it's the sense of something bigger than ourselves, something that is just sort of out of our control. And there's something quite nice about that, something quite life-affirming. But yeah, wrapping up a very elephant-filled afternoon, as so many of them are. I think we're going to be closing the show in a little over a minute, something like that. But it has been such a pleasure. And as ever, the show will be back for another segment tomorrow morning after WildEarth's Sunrise Safari. And I'll be back with you for the afternoon half tomorrow afternoon, hopefully with good news in regards to the Springboks tonight. But yeah, from myself, naturalist Liam Burrow, from directors Tadiwa, Gwyn, and Jarrett, who've all been on this afternoon, as well as the WildEarth and African techies behind the scenes, everybody making this show possible. We'd like to say a big thank you for hopping on. And we really hope to have you on again sometime soon. But enjoy the day wherever you are out there. Enjoy the rugby if you are taking part in some spectating. And have a lovely day. Hope there's some wildlife in your life. And we'll chat to you soon.